Well, I say Coppice dev stream, we're not going to be doing any Coppice work. It is just a dev stream where we're going to be working on Streamline, hopefully getting playback done, and then also doing some work on the stream. And it should be quite interesting working on the stream, because I now have something interesting to show off. Say hello to 3D Pokebot. And what can 3D Pokebot do? Well, 3D Pokebot can move around an environment. Hello. How are you today? This is very, very basic, but this is my spaceship. This is currently not in space. And, well, we need to, we're going to have to fit a bunch more stuff. I mean, the bridge is here, but I mean, well, it's not going to fly anywhere right now because, unfortunately, I've installed the control panels, but there are no controls. We've got my nice hollow table here, which does not actually light up. No power there. But yeah, and you would also notice that I am the Pilky Box because the bot has yet to be created. But yeah, this is me. I also need to adjust some cameras because I'm a little low here and I can clip. So I need to do some things, but I have my basic collision detection in. Except when I go through the doors. But of course there's no camera there, so I don't want to go through there because then I'll get stuck. But yes, I have been playing around with this. I've got it all hooked up to a PlayStation controller and a very basic move script. But yeah, so I can spin around, but I can't really do anything else. I can sort of run if I hold down one of the shoulder buttons, but that's probably a bit too fast. But this is currently my thing, and what I want to do actually is have a watch on my iPad and see what this actually looks like. I'll mute that, and let's bring that up to full screen. Because this is not actually running at 1080p because I've had to put it on the monitor that has all my streaming stuff on, and unfortunately that is not well, it is 1440 pixels wide because I've got it vertically. So this is currently what, 75%, so it's what's 1080 times 0.75, 810p, so it's gonna have to work some stuff out there. Maybe I do need to grab myself a monitor just for this, and maybe at some point I finally upgrade one of my 27-inch monitors to a 4K one, so therefore I can have it displaying on there, but without having to take up all of the screen. But yeah, this is the Pokebot moving around. So, how is everyone today? And yes, Sinister, Box Pilky! But this was quite a lot of fun to build. I have everything, all the basic stuff built in Unity, and actually in Blender, and bringing this into Unity was actually quite simple. As long as you pack all the assets in the Blender file, you can just import the Blender file and Unity will actually just bring it in for you. There are a few awkward bits because in Blender the Z-axis is up-down, whereas in Unity the Y-axis is up-down, because for some strange reason 3D drawing packages and 3D game engines and everything, nobody decided which way is up, and so they decided to go every way up. Yes, something did break. Basically, these walls here, these are cubes, so everything is perfectly fine there, because the normals, as in where it actually points out, are pointing away from the center of the cube, and that's what you want. But for the rest of the ship, all these things here, these are just basically planes. There is no depth to these, and what that means is that when they were pointing outside, they were pointing out at the ship. Now that is fine in Blender, because Blender will render both sides, but Unity won't. And in fact, I can switch over to my main display and show you Unity. So if I bring this across and switch, so this is what we have in Unity, and you can see that as it is playing, I can actually control my robot in here. I can walk into here, but unfortunately, if I go too far, I fall into oblivion. But if I stop the game playing and I move around, you'll notice, for example, there's no back wall, there's no back wall, there's a wall missing here and missing there. But if I rotate around, you'll see that they appear. Like if you look here, in fact if I zoom in, so can you see how the walls are appearing and then disappearing? And it's even more than that, because there are actually roofs on here. Now the reason for this is that the normal for these walls is now pointing in, which means that if you view them from the inside, Unity will render them, but if you view them from the outside, Unity won't. Now, this is actually pretty fantastic, because this means that I can look in the room. I believe I can even place cameras and it will clip them out so I can actually see, but it's actually pretty useful to have this feature in here. Unfortunately for Blender, as I said, the normals were all pointing the opposite way, so you'd actually see all the walls from this view, but then when you went in, you'd see nothing. So I think everything is all good now. You should be able to... Ooh, the glass has a nice sheen to it, as does the hollow table. But yeah, so there's still a lot to do, because the hollow table surface, the glass and the console have basic textures on them. There's nothing in here. I need to make this screen here into a green screen. And also at the moment the doors, I've had to do something. So the doors here are all part of the same Blender file. So most of this is all one Blender file, but the Pokebot is a separate Blender file, and the doors I've moved to another Blender file because I can actually do stuff with them. But what I'm going to want to do with the doors is put a box collider here, and when you go in, it's going to slide the doors open when you get close to that box collider. But I actually have a bunch of colliders for the ship, so if I go up here, and just hide that and bring up the ship colliders, you can actually see, in fact I've got the hold this, and if I had the floor plan, you can see the shape of the ship in here, and these are the colliders that stop the Pokebot from actually going inside them. So this is basically what Unity uses for all of the collision stuff. The Pokebot is actually fairly simple. There's a character controller which handles movement stuff, and then I followed a tutorial to add some basic stuff for movement. Now I'll probably end up tweaking a lot of this because there's stuff that I want to change in how exactly it works, but it is looking fairly reasonable for now. I'm probably not going to be using it for the primary stuff, but it's pretty good for now. It's enough to play around, and we will play around some more later. But first, I want to get working more on Streamline, because we forgot to actually, well, I'd say forgot, we didn't actually get around to getting playback properly working. We started sketching out how we wanted to work, but we didn't actually implement anything. So what I would like to do today is get playback working in Streamline, and then we can come back into Unity and start messing around with a few things and seeing what else we can build on the stream. So if I save that, I'm going to quit Unity. Curious. My microphone seems to be picking something up. Yeah, something is coming through my microphone, but it is not actually showing up as input. Curious. Let me just mute. Okay, let me just try. What happens if I pause the music? Curious. What on earth is going on with this? So hopefully that sounds better. For some reason, OBS was not applying my noise gate. Well, I guess the audio for the start of the stream is not ideal, but hopefully it should be better for the rest of it. No idea what went wrong there. I've never had that happen before. Right, so let us... Maybe it's just because I'd turned it up loud, but I was noticing there was just a little bit, and I'd turned the audio up in my headphones, and I could hear my mouse clicks come through on the monitor. I could hear like the background hiss and everything come through. So, but reapplied the noise gate and everything seems to be fine. So I mean, hopefully it's all come through fine on the stream. Maybe it was just very quiet. I mean, it was only showing up at like minus 50 decibels, so it's not going to have been very loud. But anyway, what I would like to do is quit some things that we don't need. And then open up Streamline. And what I am just going to quickly do is open up Tower as well. Okay, so we're open. Let's bring up our sidebar and got messed up in as well. Sidebar. Coppice task. Why is everything messing up today? Okay, let's fix this way. That is going to go down. And we're just going to have an empty rope there. I have no idea why everything is deciding to go weird today. Anyway, so where were we with Streamline? With Streamline, we had got everything right into disk, so if I build and run, we can see that all of our music is now here. So what we want to do today is get to the point where we can play, we can pause, we can change the volume, and we can skip backwards and forwards. And then what we probably want to do is start building our playback queue over here, which is going to list what is currently playing. So we can actually flesh out our to-do list. So play, pause, a list. Next track. Previous track / start. Volume. And then what do we want to do? We want Q UI. So, in fact, let's get some music playing for now, because when we get onto this, we're going to want to pause it. So, in fact, we could do this in a separate way. Because a 2 components playback, there is actually sorting out the queue, and then there's actually playing stuff. So what we can do is add tracks to queue, display queue, move track from queue, rearrange queue, and place queue. So we'll actually work on this. So we're not actually going to play anything. What we're going to do is, if I'm here and I double click on this, it should start. It should basically add start upgrade, stay by my side, and to battle into the queue, because it's going to play this and start and go along. I should then be able to double click. Yeah, so I'm going to have to change double click from rename, so it's going to have to be click and then click. But a double click will be play the whole playlist. For tracks as well, we're going to want to go through that and make sure they're added in. And yes, we will. If I add these to playlist 4, I should be able to go to playlist 4 and then start that playing. So, what I'm actually going to do to begin with is, if you double click on the playlist in the sidebar, it will add that playlist to the queue. If you, well, I say add that playlist, it should replace the queue with that playlist. Yes, and then we'll get it actually displaying stuff once we've got stuff actually in the queue. So if I go to our source list over here, for some reason I am so incredibly tired today, and I'm not entirely sure why. Because I slept quite a bit, but I think it may just be because it's, I mean, it's bright out, but it's cloudy, so it's not like sunshine bright. And my brain is just not fully waking up today. But we'll get as far as we can, and then we can get onto stuff that doesn't require my brain, such as either working in Blender or working in Unity. Right. Oh, it's freezing there. How cold is it there, Sinister? Because it's been kind of chilly yesterday and today compared to what we've had for the rest of summer. Oh, 11 degrees. It was 12 degrees yesterday. At the moment it is 14 degrees, which is... It feels warmer than yesterday. Yeah, from tomorrow and the rest of the week it's meant to be about 17-18 degrees, so a bit more like summer, at least in the UK. Well, I mean, 20 degrees is basically a nice summer's day in the UK. Like, 14 degrees is about a bit below average summer's day. I think it was about 12 yesterday. But yeah, it's meant to be around 17-18 degrees the rest of the week, so reasonably warm, at least for where I live. Right, so we have edit title. Now what we want to change edit title, and edit title should be when you click, if the row that you clicked on is the selected row, then it should start editing. So I think we need edit title to become the action rather than the double action. So in our outline view, I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to change that. I'm going to see what happens when we click. Oh yeah, I forgot to say what happened on Friday when I had to run away at the end of the stream rather suddenly. So I received a phone call from my sister saying that she was out with some of my family and she had lost her phone. And she wanted me to quickly drive around to her house and find my iPhone on her iPad. So I went and looked at it and she was like, okay, where is it? I was like, well, it's moving. And it's moving along a road. And it seemed to have been in the car. So what I thought was just going to be a 30-minute drive round. Okay, it's here in the place where you are, and I'll just ping it and you'll be able to find it. I ended up being about 2 hours of stress as I was trying to track the thieves who had stolen her phone while my sister was also driving down the road trying to catch up with them. And they think they may have actually talked with them, but because they tracked them to an ice cream parlour, and they went to this ice cream parlour and went around, and they got some license plates on cars. They asked a few people. Unfortunately, it ended up driving away, and it's all wiped now, and all the numbers have been changed and stuff like that. But we know roughly, we know where it is. We know we have an address, and we've given all that information to the police, but whether the police will actually do anything with that information. I mean, it's not a case of, oh, it's pointing to a bunch of terraced houses and we don't know which one it is. It's pointing to a house that is in the middle of, like, there's nothing else around besides this house. So it is in this house. But by this point, it's been wiped. I believe the carrier has basically bricked it. So it's pretty much useless, and everything else that got taken with it is pretty much useless now. But it was just a stress of having to track all this stuff down. I mean, we could, in theory, just drive around, knock on the door and ask. But yeah, it was not fun, and I got very stressed out because I was trying to be on the phone to my sister and her fiance while they were rushing around trying to follow them, and they were shouting at me, which road do we go around, which road do we go around? And I went, it only updates like every minute or two, and it was getting in places where there wasn't good signal. I was also trying to be on the phone to the police on another phone, and having to so I'm having to be on the phone to them, be on the phone to the police, track things. I was trying to phone up the place where they were, like, just to inform them that there's been like a stolen phone in this place, and if anyone tries to use it or anything. So it was a lot of stuff going on, a lot of stress. So even though I wanted to come back and stream afterwards, I was just that stressed out and exhausted, and you have the adrenaline and everything going, that it was just, no. I ended up doing some more Blender work, but I just did it off stream, and I haven't really felt like doing much of the streaming over the weekend. I wanted to maybe get some more streaming done, but just didn't really feel like it. So yeah, I ended up just playing around in Unity and stuff like that. But yeah, it's I mean, it's all good. She's getting a new phone's on the way. We discovered something rather interesting. So she was trying to work out, what phone do I get? Do I go for an iPhone 12 or do I go for an iPhone 13? And normally I would say, well, the 13 hasn't added a huge amount over the 12. So you just go for the 12. It's going to be cheaper, surely. So we had a look. We had a look at the 12, and we had a look at the 13, and the 12 is cheaper. But the 13 comes with 128GB standard. And when you up the iPhone 12 to 128GB, it ends up being just £50 less. So it's like, why not just go for the 13 at that point? So when you're spending that much already. Hi Snowtwig, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? How was your stream? We've just been discussing what happened on Friday when I had to end the stream early. Something out of a heist movie where I was on the computer tracking down the criminals while people in the field were trying to track down the criminals, and unfortunately we didn't. So so basically what happened was my sister, she was basically changing because she has some young kids, and she had to change a nappy, and she accidentally left her phone somewhere. And then some people decided, rather than handing the phone in, as you do, to steal said phone and drive away with said phone. So yeah, I was tracking them with Find My iPhone, and my sister and others were going around and trying to find where the they were, like trying to track them down, and they almost got them, but sadly didn't, and so it's all up to the police now. It's all registered on with them, but whether they actually do anything, who knows. But yeah, it's just the stress of trying to track that down while being on the phone to several people and having several conversations at once while doing all that. And it was, I mean, the stress wasn't as bad as it was for my sister, but I mean, she's got the point now where it's just things that were taken, and most of the stress is having to sort out blocking everything and reporting to the police and getting it all, getting the new phone and everything. So everything's all okay. It was just a lot of stress for her, some stress for me, and yeah, it's all been sorted now, so hopefully she'll get all her stuff, new stuff this week, and yeah. But this is why you put your phone, if you have an iPhone or something, you put them in Find My iPhone, because if someone does take them, not only can you attempt to track it down, but you can also remote wipe it, and you also make sure you have a passcode on, because then everything is encrypted. So that basically keeps everything all in one piece, hopefully. Well, keeps the criminals out from being able to steal your stuff. Right, so what we are currently doing is working through Streamline. So we have it now working where if I just do a single click, it starts editing. Now we don't want it to do that, and we need to be a bit careful with this. So what we are going to do, the first thing we need to do is we're getting the clicked row. I need to that's a fair point. Private var previously clicked. Oh. Is -1. So what we're going to do is going to get the clicked row, and then we're going to guard that clicked row is equal to the previously clicked row, else previously clicked row equals clicked row, return. So what this should do is, if they're different, then we set the previously clicked row. Otherwise, we're going to go through and actually start editing. So in terms of Streamline Snowtwig, we're basically just going through and getting playback working. So we're not actually going to get music playing to begin with. We're going to get it where you can double click on a playlist and it will display it in this thing here, which is where your play queue is, and you're going to be able to rearrange the queue and stuff like that. And once we have the queue management working, then we can have all the stuff that actually plays through the queue. Okay. So we have that, but what I want to add is a double action. And it's play play tracks, and this is going to print play tracks. Okay, hope you enjoy your lunch, and when you get back, there is actually something I'll get to show you that you missed early in the stream. So once we finish up with Streamline, I'll be able to show you some fun stuff. Right. So we want to play tracks, and what we're going to do is go over here to our double action. And I set the double action to play tracks. Now, this is where we're going to find out just how smart this is. Whether it's going to do the action and then the double action, or whether it's not going to do the action until it checks. So I go there and I click. Go there and I click. I double click. It is smart enough. So if I double click, it won't actually do anything. But then if I single click again, fantastic. Ah. Okay, so it is actually sending. Right, so what we need to do is we're going to do at Objective C, because if you see, if I double click, then what it's doing is the first click is it's selecting, in which case the previously clicked row is not equal to the clicked row, and the second click, it's not sending, so it's calling edit title on the first click, but it's not calling it on the second click, because it is a double action, and therefore it's calling play tracks, which is fine when you're clicking something that isn't selected. But when something is selected, like if I delete this, you'll see that we're getting play tracks, but that first click is causing this to occur. So we're going to cheat, and this is something that you will actually see. Mr. B, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? How was your stream? Oh yeah, sorry, you subscribed. My brain is shocked. I'm seeing notifications and thinking that you were ready, and then it just occurred to me, wait, I haven't seen you streaming. Thank you very much for subscribing again. How are you doing? Alright, let's see. We want Objective-C private, and what we are going to do is start editing title of cell. What's in the title of cell at row? Right, so we have started the title here. Now what we're going to do is we could just call start editing title of select row, clicked row. That would cause the same problems that we had. Instead what we're going to do is self perform selector, start editing title of select row with clicked row after delay, and we'll add a 1 second delay to this. What we're also going to do is NSObject dot cancel previous perform selector with target self selector, start editing that row, and we're going to pass nil in because I believe that will still cancel it. But what we're also going to do is if we get the double request, the double action, we are going to cancel there. So what this should do is if I click and then I click again, no index, that is out of What on earth is going on there? So, what is click draw? Click draw is 7. And click draw is not 7. I have no idea what's going on there. Okay, we'll have to use the dispatch racing method. Let's see. You're good. Feeling weird pressure about this year's WWDC keyboard vote. Hope not to be too much disappointed. It's... See, I'm the opposite, and I don't know why I'm the opposite. But I'm just not that, like, superly excited. Maybe it's because there's nothing that I'm really massively looking for. Like, usually I'm not, when they say, oh, we've got new stuff for iOS, that doesn't interest me too much. If they do new Swift UI stuff, that may interest me, but it's not going to be relevant for a few years. I think the things that may interest me is if they do announce the Mac Pro. So that's going to be interesting, though the problem is I'm not going to be buying one. It will be nice if they finally do actually do as the rumors say and introduce proper multitasking for the iPad. That Apple finally realizes, oh, well, we actually solved multitasking to enable like pro users to make the most out of a computing device back in the 80s when we had the Mac. What if we try that one rather than trying to reinvent the wheel for the umpteenth time and fail? Sort of sinister. E3 is more of a E3 is more for the press, and it used to be for fans as well, a little bit like PAX. WWDC is a bit like GDC, so the Game Developers Conference. It is Apple's developer conference that they've been running since, I can't remember if it's the early 90s or the late 80s that they've been running it. So it's where Apple, I mean, it's the one guaranteed Apple keynote every year, and it's where it's usually, the keynote is usually software stuff. There usually isn't hardware. If there is hardware, it's usually something like a Mac Pro or a MacBook Pro. It is like the highest end stuff. Though some rumors are suggesting maybe an M2 MacBook Air or Mac Mini, but I doubt it. But it's usually where Apple does all of the new OS releases, and then you have the keynote, which is what most people watch, and that is more for just general people. But then later in the day you have the State of the Union, or the platform State of the Union, which is what it's basically the keynote for the developers, and they go through all these are the new technologies on all these platforms and so on. So for developers, like, the main keynote is usually not the most exciting part, because I think in most years, one of the more shocking ones was when they announced Swift in the keynote. Usually stuff like that is State of the Union because it's for developers. But then it's just a full week of being able to go to labs, which since it's been online has been great. Going to labs to be able to get information. So one great example, I have Coppice. Yeah, there was actually almost like a bug that would have killed Coppice, which was NS text view did not work very well with where are I? Why do I have the tab bar? Navigation. I don't want that. Don't know why that is open. But if I open app delegate, so there's a bug where when you scaled NS text view, like you stuck it in a scroll view and you scaled it down, that just happens in Coppice. It would actually cause like uncontrollable issues where it would just keep trying to redraw and end up crashing the app. And looking through the disassembly, we managed to find NS text view avoid layout while drawing. This is not documented anywhere. I had to literally go, and it was helped with Steve Troughton Smith helped me. We looked through the assembly and we were actually looking like disassembling using a great app called Hopper. We were disassembling AppKit to go through and see, okay, what code is actually being run here? What calls are done? And we found this flag. And when you set this flag to true, it completely solved it. But I had to go to a lab session and just say, what is actually going on? Is this a bug? And said, yes, it's a bug. We'll take a look into it. It probably will be fixed like the next OS. But they basically said, I'm fine using this flag to work around it. And the labs are great for stuff like that, because you can actually speak to the engineers, which you don't really get to do most of the year. So it's really powerful there. You get all the sessions where you learn all the new technology, and yeah, it's basically usually developer Christmas, or not, depending on exactly what Apple does. Because, for example, a few years ago they announced Big Sur, and it's like, oh, we're getting a whole new design, yay! Wait, that means I need to redesign my app. And then suddenly your plans for the next few months are upended. So it's always that bit of how, what is Apple going to do to screw up the last 6 months of the year for you as a developer on their platforms? But yeah, it's going to be interesting. There are the rumors of the Mac Pro. There's the rumors that the iPad is basically going to get windowing and basically like Mac style multitasking, which would be fantastic for the iPad for pro users, because I think I was talking about this on Friday. The Mac for complex multitasking is so much more powerful because it allows complexity from simple concepts. The basic concept of multitasking on the Mac is you have multiple windows and you can rearrange them, overlap them and stuff, and it can make things complex. It can make it so that you have lots of windows overlapping and you got to try and manage them. But the basic functionality is, I have a window, I can move window around, I can resize window, I can close window. That is simple, that is obvious, and all of the things are there, and it's stuff that people know how to do. Whereas on the iPad, they try to keep the simplicity by introducing complexity. And they fail at both. If you use it in a simple case, it's simple, but when you try to go beyond that, then it's a bit of an issue. And it's just a case of have a simple concept that allows complexity to grow out of it. If you want simplicity on the Mac, you go to full screen mode, and you basically have what is available on the iPad already. But yeah, so hopefully that comes through. And then As you say, Mr. B, the AR OS. I don't think it's going to be AR. Apple is not ready to announce like AR hardware, because AR hardware is a lot harder to do. By the sounds of it, they may potentially be announcing VR hardware, because despite the fact that virtual reality is, like, in a sense, not something that they have put a lot into compared to AR, the hardware for it is a lot simpler in a way. For AR, you need it. AR is designed to, you go out in the world and you do stuff with AR. So you basically need AR glasses. Have they not announced any of the schedule? Oh, that's fair point. I need to check whether, is there an update to the developer app? Usually keep putting updates out. No. So where have I gone and put developer? There it is. In fact, let's open here, check for updates, developer. Okay, let's update developer app. Let's have a look through this. Yeah, they don't have any sessions at all by the looks of it. I mean, they got the digital lounges, which was sort of okay last year, but they weren't amazing. Yeah, just keynote and State of the Union. I mean, usually they only announce a fraction of it. And you can have your sort of calendar and stuff laying things out, but they usually have all sorts of like hidden names and stuff. But I mean, I suppose it's not unusual because they never release the schedule properly anyway until after the keynote. And sometimes not even until after the State of the Union. They'll announce it, and there'll be a few things like, you know, there's going to be there'll be basic stuff like what's new in accessibility and so, like stuff where they don't have to announce stuff. You already know stuff is coming, or how to use, like there'll be a subject on core data or something like that, where the title does not reveal anything. But most of the titles are obscured, so I suppose it doesn't make a huge difference. Well, that is a possibility. I mean, if they are introducing VR and Reality OS, then there will be an awful lot of sessions. Because the thing for me is, and this may be partly why I'm not all that bothered about Dub this year, is that VR doesn't interest me. And AR interests me for a few things as a user, but doesn't really interest me as a developer. And to me, VR is a niche. VR is useful in certain industrial applications, and it's sort of useful in gaming, but VR ultimately isn't. It's a niche, it always has been a niche, it always will be a niche. AR has a lot more practical uses, but I see, like, AR, So the problem with VR is that VR, you're basically completely replacing reality. And that means that you have to do a lot of stuff to get a lot more stuff right, to deal with motion sickness and all stuff like that. And it also limits you because you've got to have enough room for VR to actually be useful. So you're limited in what actually you can do, and it's expensive and so on. Whereas AR, if you're adding to the existing world, then that is a lot more powerful. But it's a lot more difficult to the hardware. But the thing for me is, I don't see AR being... some people think, oh, Apple's going to release like VR or AR and it's going to be like the next iPhone. I just don't see that. I don't see AR being something that replaces your iPhone. It's not going to replace your iPad. It's not going to replace your Apple Watch or your Mac or anything like that. What it's probably going to do is add to those. So, to me, AR is a product more like the Apple Watch. If you think the Apple Watch, initially, it wasn't all that good. It was clunky, the market wasn't that big, whereas now the Apple Watch, it's like gaining more and more traction, and it's quite a big part of Apple's business, because Apple has found a good use for it. And I think AR, in terms of like AR glasses and stuff like that, is probably going to be something like the Apple Watch, where it's something that you use, like you may not need to have it with your phone, but it's something that's going to augment your existing devices rather than replace them. Like, it's not going to be a case of, oh, I don't need an iPhone anymore because I have AR glasses. It's going to be AR glasses plus an iPhone is going to make stuff a lot more powerful, because there are things that a touchscreen is going to be way, way better than a set of like AR glasses is going to be. Just basic interaction, just as a keyboard and mouse is way better than touchscreen for certain things. So I think it's expanding things, and it's not going to replace anything. And the thing is, AR development for it doesn't interest me that much. Much like developing for the Apple Watch or the Apple TV doesn't really interest me that much. I mean, even developing for the iPhone doesn't really interest me that much. The iPhone, it's just, I have it because I need a phone and I need to go. This is why when the iPad came out, I switched to Windows Phone, because it was far more interesting to me to have Windows Phone and play around with that and how different that was, and try out the hardware. And the hardware, the Nokia Windows phones were fantastic hardware. They were easily on par with what Apple can do. But it was just one of those things of, well, all the stuff I needed to do on iOS, I could do on the iPad. And it's even today, the iPhone, what do I use it for? When I'm going out, I use it for listening to podcasts. I use it for maps when I'm out. And if I am out for a period of time and have to wait somewhere, I use it to check Twitter. That is pretty much about it. So the iPhone isn't that of too much interest to me as a developer or as a user. The Mac, however, is of huge interest to me, and the iPad is of huge interest to me. So the stuff that they do on the Mac, the stuff that they do on the iPad, is of far more interest. And if they do stuff to basically bring the iPad and move it away from the iPhone and closer to the Mac, which is where I think it should be, because the iPad sort of, I'll say it grew out of the iPhone, but technically it's the other way around. Apple was creating the iPad, and then they decided to actually create the iPhone first instead. But the iPad has always been linked to the iPhone, and it feels better if it is more intimately connected with the Mac, because I think those two working together is a lot better than the iPhone and the iPad working together. So, I mean, that excites me, but that's about it. And it's just one of those things of, they were obviously going to talk about iOS stuff, but iOS stuff doesn't interest me that much. They're probably going to talk about VR and AR, but that doesn't interest me that much. And it's like, oh, they're going to do multitasking. Well, they've done multitasking every other year for the past decade. Hopefully they finally get it right this time, but it's hard to get excited about like the 5th attempt. So it's just one of those things of, I mean, I'm hoping, like, not really expecting anything means that I'm going to be massively impressed by everything, but there's just not a huge amount to excite me. Or rather, there's not a huge amount that I'm excited about, because it feels like there's not a huge amount that I need. Like, I need boring stuff. I need them to fix bugs. I need them to write documentation. That is what I need. Like, please, for the love of all that is holy, fix switch statement completion in Xcode. That, like, throw away all your AR and VR stuff. Fix switch statement completion in Xcode. That will have far more of an impact on me as a developer than a new platform. So it's just one of those things of, I want to see them, and they have been doing this to some degree, but I just want them to fix the developer side of things, and I hope they do. And they have been doing some stuff because they've built this new developer center. Like, they've actually built a building on Canvas for developers to go and see. So hopefully they are working on this, but we'll see. Anyway. What I want is a private func. Private var. Start editing title work item, which is going to be a dispatch work item. And what we are going to do on did set is start old value dot cancel, and then if let new value equals start work item, we are going to dispatch queue dot main dot async after now plus 1 new value. I'm going to do start editing to work item equals nil, and here start editing that work item equals batch work item self dot start editing title of row. Right. Do weak self. Self in. So we can get rid of that, we can get rid of that. Okay, so hopefully this should now work. Okay, so that works. That works. If I double click, we go there, and if I double click, we don't get it. So if you click, it waits a second and it goes in, but if you're here and you double click, it doesn't do that because we have cancelled it when we get to here. So that is working. Wrong button. Needed to cough. Oh, I discovered something weird about the Mac Studio, or more specifically, possibly about QuickTime. So one thing that I always do with these streams is I record them and then I upload them to YouTube, but I cut the first 10 minutes when I have the starting soon on. And I basically just trim that down so that when it reaches 0, that is where the YouTube video starts. Now, what I usually do is open up in QuickTime, trim that down, and save it again. And what I have discovered is that apparently, for some reason, my Mac Studio is twice as slow as my iMac, which makes 0 sense. So I think there may be some optimization thing in QuickTime that's going on. Oh, you have to go. See you later, Miss Sherby, and hope you enjoy the keynote. I may hop onto the voice channel later if I end up watching the keynote, so maybe I'll see you there. But yes, I discovered that the Mac Studio, with all of this hardware encoding, all this video encoding hardware, is somehow takes twice as long as my iMac. Now I'm wondering whether it's something like the iMac, because it does have hardware encoding on the iMac. Both the Intel CPU and the GPU have hardware encoding built in. And I'm just wondering whether QuickTime is properly using the hardware encoding there, but is not properly using it on Apple Silicon. It seems odd that it wouldn't do, but it took 19 seconds to save on my iMac, but 42 on my Mac Studio. And that it not correctly using the hardware is the only thing I can think of, because if you didn't use any of the encoding hardware and you just used raw CPU, this should absolutely trounce the Intel Mac, because the CPU is that much faster. If it was just using raw GPU, it should be much faster because the GPU is that much faster. And in theory, the hardware encoding should be ridiculously faster, but it's not. So I don't know what's going on there. There does seem to be a thing where a lot of people are finding that the hardware encoding does not seem to be quite as good as people were expecting, which doesn't necessarily make sense, and it seems like it could be optimization. So hopefully that is something that we do see today. Hopefully we do see hopefully we do see Apple release a new version of macOS that has a lot more optimizations for Apple Silicon and really focuses on all the stuff they've announced. Because since last WWDC, we had the M1, and that was it. I don't think we'd even had the Pro and Max out. When did we actually have those? Was it there before or after? MacBook Pro. Yeah, October last year. So all we had this time last year was the M1. So you had 4 performance cores, 4 efficiency cores, and a 7 or 8 core GPU. Now you have 16 performance cores with 4 efficiency cores and up to 64 GPU cores. So you have a lot more stuff there. So Apple has had a year to optimize against these with real world stuff, with these chips being out there. So it would be nice if they are able to release a macOS version, or even just, and maybe some stuff is just naturally going to be more optimized. Maybe they have to introduce new APIs and stuff to make better use of it. But it would be nice to see a focus on optimization for the Pro, the Max, and the Ultra, because I think Apple needs it. Because in some things, it just naturally is that much faster, but for others, it just isn't, and it feels like the hardware should be able to do more in all these computers. And to me, that is going to be the most exciting thing. But the Mac always is the more exciting thing for me, because it's what I use all the time. Anyway, enough with all the talking, which is really, like, all the talking stuff is where having the 3D UI will be very useful. Let's get into getting this working. So what we want to do is, let's go to our no, not the model controller, we want the view model. And I think what we want to do is, guard let source list node equal self.outlineView.item at row. Actually, we want to guard. Go. After. Oh, by the way, Sinister, I haven't asked, what have you been up to with all the free time that you have now? Now that all your assignments are in, have you been up to any interesting projects, or have you just been recovering from the school year? Oh, what are you stuck on with constraints? Because I played around with them a little bit. They seem to act a bit weird at times, from my experience. The object went in the range of rotation, still being affected. It's not something like it's looking at global rather than local orientation, something like that, or it's not something like you haven't applied rotation. I mean, I can. I mean, what I'll do with a launch blender, let's just go into documents, lamp, because what I've done with constraints is just some basic rotation constraints. So I can rotate that, and you can see the X rotation keeps going up. So I'm at minus 800 and something, but it's still going round, so you can keep going round, and it does that. I believe that rotates, and then nothing will actually rotate on the Y, the Z axis. Like this is, I'm not rotating on a single axis. You can see that it is technically rotating. Like if I rotate on the Z, no, if I rotate on the X, it's not really doing anything. And the reason for that is the constraints, I've limited Y and Z to 0. Now, what I had done initially, if I rotate that along the Z, you'll notice I can you'll notice that I can rotate this. And you'll notice that the X, the Y and the Z, they're all changing despite that I've limited it. But that is because I set the owner to local space. If I set it to world space, you'll see that this is fixed, and no matter how I rotate this, it's always pointing in the same direction because it is limited by world space. Whereas if I set that back to local space, so you need it to. Okay, if I go here and let's limit this to minus 70 to 70 and minus 70 to 70. So if I rotate on the X, it is rotating. So is this what you mean, where it's hit the X and now it's rotating? Along Y. Along that. That's just rotating there. Oh, that needs to be max at 70. I rotate along the Z. That can rotate along there. And then rotate along the X. rotate along Y. Yeah, so that is not just moving in the direction, but that could just be because of this. If I rotate well, when I rotate, if I do Y, it's rotating along the global Y here. So if I was to set that to 0, that to 0, if I rotate along the Y, that's just moving there. If I rotate along the X, it's just moving backwards and forwards. And if I rotate along the Z, it moves there, but then when I start rotating along the X, you'll see that it works differently because it's rotating along the global X. But that's only because I limit it. So that could be what's going on. Like when you do a rotate and then you hit X. It seems to be the origin. Yeah. Yeah, that's rotating along the object's origin. Yeah. So it is possible that you need to change where the origin is, because I believe on here I've moved the origin down to the bottom face. So I should say that because I'm not rotating this. I mean, it would have been easier if I'd have rotated that. I'm actually rotating this thing here, so I had to move the origin down. So that seems to that all seems to work fairly well. But yeah, it should always rotate around the origin of the object that actually has the constraint on. Using the pivot constraint, I only need the constraint to be active at specific points. XI. Huh. Not entirely sure how you do that then. That sounds like something that maybe it would require scripting to get working. You'd think that it would be possible to do something like that, because you'd need that for all sorts of armatures and stuff like that, so... No, unfortunately I'm at a loss there. You're far more experienced than I am in Blender, so... Hopefully there's just a tutorial out there that, like, the answer to your problem is just hidden in there somewhere. Right, where are we? Main window view model. Right, so I want a playback controller on there. And I think what we want to do, mark play. Oh, it's not playing a playlist. So what we're going to do in our source list view model, reflect playlist node, node as. You threw this together yesterday, which is very much an uncanny valley state. Oh wow, are you okay with me showing this on stream? This looks great. I don't think it's Uncanny Valley. I think it's the expression more than anything that is the issue, because you've got a very neutral expression. So I think once you get a bit of texture on, and especially in the eyes, I think that will probably take away any Uncanny Valley. But this is looking fantastic. I mean, the sculpting on the hair is great. Yeah, I can't wait to see what you come up with with this. Right, let's. So we've got stop playing, stop playing. What we want to do here. Okay, so detail for the hair. You have multiple ways of doing this. One way is obviously some sort of hair simulation. Probably not worth doing for this. What you probably want to look at here what I'd potentially do is do it via textures. And probably like UV on the wrap. Get a texture on there. If you wanted some sort of depth to it, just do like bump maps, displacement maps, that sort of thing. Yeah, because I think you don't want to make it like ridiculously realistic. It's actually a fantastic. Let me show you. Give me 1 second. So, if you have not seen this person, Kevin Temer Tunes, he is very good to look, and here he uses Maya rather than Blender, but you should be able to do similar things, and it's this here, which I need to make sure is muted. But if you have a look at the hair, it's like it's made up of a few things and it seems to jiggle. But if I go here, pause, is it? I better do that. It shift. Here. So step through frame by frame. In fact, let's make this bigger. So you can see the top bit is jiggling up and down. A bit earlier when it was doing the yeah, it was so when it's going side to side, you can see it looks like there are a bunch of strands there, and then the sides are just deforming. Like you can see there is some gap, but it looks like it's almost like a translucent texture on it. There is another video where he does a jug thing, what would Marv look like rendered, where he actually, okay, so you can see the rig here. Does he do wireframe? Yeah, so you can see he's got a component on top which seems to be different things. And then he just has stuff on the side which I think is just yeah, I think they're just different meshes. But yeah, I mean, you really want to follow this guy because he is pretty fantastic. He used to work for, I think it's Blue Sky. I mean, this is his one of his latest videos. As this is playing at point. Yeah, this one's good because he did that, but he also, the one I saw initially was this. I'm sorry I'm not posting more stuff, where he goes through and he's basically showing how it's all animated. But yeah, if you he will be someone good to follow. It's Kevin Temer Tunes. In fact, let's post a link in But yeah, he is. Does some great stuff, and his songs get stuck in my head. So, but I think the Martha ones, looking there for the hair, may just give you some ideas of how to do that. But it looks like, for the most part, it is just some meshes that he's put textures on, and he just deforms the textures, deforms the meshes. So once you've UV wrapped it, you should be able to like just manipulate the meshes to do what you want. So, I mean, depending, you could potentially even see if you can use, because I know there's some physics stuff in Blender, so I wonder if there's some physics stuff that could help do some level of deformation to the hair as you move the character around and so on. But it's just when you were saying the hair, it's just immediately that popped into my head of, well, maybe that's what you want to look at. So. Oh, that's a fair point. Can't really. I suppose you can, because you can sort by. Okay, this is a bit complex. I just need to take a few minutes away just to ponder this in my head. But I'm going to go make myself a cup of tea, and when we get back, we'll get into this because there's some complexities here. For example, if I double click on that, if I double click on this, I want to start playing, but what do I play? Because if these are ordered like this, like they're ordered ascending there, or descending, or there, I need to know how these, what the sort index is on the playlist, or rather what the sort value is on the playlist. Let's just do the sort index to begin with, and I can sort out the rest later. In fact, if I go into music, let me sort by there, go there. Oh, it maintains the sort. Okay. So we'll just sort by the index to begin with, and add the stuff in, and we'll leave it to do the rest. But yeah, I am going to go make myself another cup of tea, and we will get that working when I get back.
Distant silhouettes, empty horizons. Sing a silhouette, affections tighten. Kindred ribbons spring us from our dead.
Okay, I am back. So, I think what we want to do is we do want a sorted axe. Yourself dot axe sorted by let's just do $0.sort indexes sort. I just realised I've forgotten something. Okay, let's try that again. So we're just going to sort by the sort index for now. So here we can get sorted tracks. That map. Track. Else. Oh, no. Or we'll get controller dot next collection. All sorted. Do dot title. So we're going to get the tracks that we want to play, and then we're going to do self.playbackController. For now we're just going to do add tracks. We are actually going to just add tracks, but we just want to do this for now. Updated yet? Okay, so now everything should be going into the playback controller. And it is at this point I've realised we need to do things. So what we're going to do let's namespace this. So what we're going to do is create a namespace using a name, and let's use a struct. It's going to be the playback namespace. We're going to have an extension to playback, which is going to be class controller. Indent all of this. An extension to playback class in playback call them playback. Oh. Don't want to namespace the main track. I mean, you've got a playback track, what else could you call it? Playback item. Right, so what we're going to have, we're going to create new files. We're going to have playback, which is going to define our namespace. We're going to have playback.item, and we are going to have playback.queue. So we're going to take the struct up here and put that in there, and namespace. Name that to playback.controller. We'll have that there. I'm going to take the item and shove that into here. I'm going to have mention playback. Got to take an antihistamine yesterday, and I can already feel that I'm getting payback for not taking it. Like, I took one this morning, but even if I miss a day and things are pretty bad, then it just still catches up. Keep pressing the wrong button there. Right, so for the queue, I actually don't want those things there. Right. So it's the queue that we're wanting to build up at the moment. And there's going to be a private set bar item. Actually, not sure if I want to use ordered collections or not. It would technically be more efficient because yeah, there is a new queue type in the, I believe it's in the ordered collections, called a deck, which is spelled DQUE. And this is effectively a double-ended queue. So queue is usually something. Actually, we just need it to be a queue. Have a queue that may be in Swift ordered. Collection. Right, just a Swift queue. It won't be those. No. So it will be a deck that we want. And decks are double-ended queues, so basically they are designed so that you can take things off either end. So a normal queue is usually something like first in, first out. So you append things to the end and then you take things off the front, and they're designed to be a lot more efficient. If you just have an array and you take the first item off an array, then all subsequent items then need to be shifted along. So it's arrays are a lot easier to take things off the end. So if it is last in, first out, an array is going to be more efficient. But if you are wanting it to be first in, first out, you want a queue. Now, a double-ended queue is designed to be efficient no matter which end you're taking off. Now, an array can be made to be efficient where if you, for example, take something out from the middle and stuff like that, it may be more efficient than a queue, but it depends on how the queue is implemented. So there's all stuff there. This is why it's always useful to know the general stuff of a data type, even if you don't need to know how to implement said data type, because someone smarter than you will always implement the data type for you. You just need to know what to use. Now, for now, we can get away with an array, and then we can look into that later. Because I mean, this whole thing is there's inefficiencies all over the place. We're going to have to do a huge amount of optimization in all of this. Right. So when we are in here, do that. Playback controller is going to be a playback dot controller. And do playback controller dot queue dot add x. And this, we have our item here, is we're going to do tracks dot map playback. Now we can just do item track $0, and we'll just do all items dot append contents of that. That is all we need to do. That's a very good point. We need to initialize that to 0, and the rest of that we can leave. So if I just stick a did set in here, print count all item, we have all 4 items being added here. We had some more items there. If I double click there, everything has been added. So that is all good. Now let's get the sidebar appearing. So we've got adding tracks to the queue. We want to actually display our queue. And for this, I believe we have playback control. So this wants to be the playback queue, and it wants to be a playback queue view controller. Actually, let's delete this. Trash. New file. We don't want that. We want the MVVM. And this is going to be playback queue. Next, save there in the main window controller. We want this to be a playback queue controller. It's going to be a lazy var. Okay, so what we want to do in here I think we want to have this, so we are going to have a segmented control up, and this is going to have 2 items, as we are going to swap between up next history. Eight, and we are going to horizontally center. Then what we want is table. Keep doing that. Constantly using spotlight when I need to do that. Table view. And I'm going to stick that there. We are going to delete that. That is going to be a width. Then I'll do well, first of all, we need that to be 8, and then because we want to keep the border on at the top, an easy way of doing that is just make the rest -1. Then I'm going to go in and select the table. Don't want headers, no reordering, no resizing. View based, 1 column style is going to be Full width, highlight, regular, no alternating rows, horizontal grid. Let's do solid and the grid color. Why is that color? That is what I would refer to as curious. I would have thought the grid colour would have been lighter on dark mode rather than being black. Right, let's take our table cell. I'm going to increase this. We want level 1, and that is going to be small, and it is going to be secondary label color. This is going to be song title. This.
Our sons and daughters. You can fall asleep on sheets of gold and wake up as a pauper.
Yeah, we're just going to leave it with song title, artist, album. Now.
We all slow down as the walls they close. We fall, we drown, and I need some breathing space. I won't grow old with
And we're going to but what we actually is we're going to let this, and rather than it being, so we want the super key there, but we want this to be the bottom, and we're going to subtract 2. That's be vertical spacing, leading. Okay, now our table cell will create playback queue table cell view. Cell view. Do is table cell view, and then we want to okay, we can't do that. I thought we could once we'd got that sorted, but apparently we can't. So IB outlet var song title label. The outlet var song details label. Label is spelt that way. We ain't gonna linger and wallow when there's hard cash coming back. now we can connect up. Bar value is set. Load data. Private data and this the back item as object value as playback that item. Else return. And do self.song title label equals playback item dot track dot title, and then self.song details label equals, and we're going to do this very quick and dirty because you never really do stuff this way because of localization stuff. Playback item dot track dot artist track dot album, and actually string value because we're setting the value of the labels, not the labels themselves. Now we're just going to set this as a data source just so that we can get this set up. We'll stick it in an extension. I'm going to do I think delegate as well. I'm going to do self.view model playback item dot count. Get value for row, return self.view playback item row, and then from table view or and table view dot make view with identifier item cell or cell. Wait a second. Right, this has nothing called playback items, so we're going to create playback items. Generate a playback item. I'm going to return self dot main window view model dot playback controller dot all items. What we're going to do when we initialize is in setup. Subscribers playback items, and what we want to in our playback queue that's published combine. I'm going to import combine up here, and in setup we're going to super setup. And oh, did we have a spam? Yay! Kill the bot. your first bot kill. I actually had one immediately after I started the stream. I think I had just started and I got a bot. And it hadn't even sent the notification out or anything like that. So they must be fairly rampant today. Playback controller. Q. Dollar all item. Main. And on here we need a data. Have a below. And we're going to self.view.reload, except we need our weak self underscore in self.view.reload. Over here, reload self.tableview.reload data, and we just need a table view outlet. It's an action, I want an outlet. There we go. And hopefully this builds. Okay, and then I should be able to double click and voila! They appear there. And if I double click, more appear. And if I double click, more appear. And if I double click there, even more appear. Woohoo! So the next thing is going to be letting you remove items, move items around, like select them and move them around, and then rather than when you double click and adding all this stuff on, we want to actually have it replace. And I think the queue eventually will actually handle, because it'll be basically 3 states. Let's see if this is working. Yes, it is. So there are going to be 3 states for our queue. Or rather 3 states for items in the queue. So the queue is going to start off empty, and then what you're going to do is you're going to have like a bunch of tracks here, and you're going to throw them into the queue. So we're going to have our queue here. I'm going to throw all these in. Then one of them's going to start playing. So then one is going to go up, and it's going to be in a special state called playing, where it is not in the queue, but it is currently playing. And once it is done, or you skip it, then it's going to then go into history. So these are going to go up, that's going to go down, and eventually everything should have gone through the playing state and gone down, unless it's been removed, skipped, unless it's been removed or replaced or anything like that. And the key thing is, the history is, basically you can only ever put stuff into the history. You quit the app and then restart the app and then the history's gone. But this stuff here, if you are, if you go to our queue, we have various different types. So we have skip. So what skip will do is skip will wipe out this, put the new queue in, and immediately take the top thing and put it at the top. So that is what we want to do for a skip. Whereas if you are doing a wait for current track, then what we're doing is we're not going to touch this. Instead, we're just going to wipe the queue. So in the sense, wait for current track is the easier thing to do because we only have to swap out the queue. The harder one is crossfade, and this is where this is actually going to be two separate things. And this is where you're going to have something where you've got a track playing, but this track is sort of, I mean, it's not really up there. You've basically, there's going to be like a staging area over here that goes in, and it basically goes over, and when you add something there, if you don't do a crossfade, it goes into that state and then down. If you do a cross state, this goes into that state, and that, like this one goes into this state, this one goes into this state, but rather than this immediately going into the history, it sticks around and we do the crossfade, and once the crossfade is done, then it goes down. So it's basically a crossfade of 0 effectively most of the time, but when it's actually set, then we're good. So let's get back to it. Oh, to hide the iPad. So let's remove menu. Move you. And then there's other stuff that we can add later, but we're not going to bother with them now. There'll be things such as play next, where it will jump it up, play now, and stuff like that. Actually, won't do it as a menu. What we're going to do is have a doing it again with Spotlight. And this button. Want this to be is let's bring bolts. What's going on here? Okay. Hey Uli, how are you doing today? Enjoying a Monday off before it's back to work after the long weekend. That's alright. Seem to be a lot of places that have this Monday off. It's not a holiday in the UK. Normally it would have been last Monday would have been a holiday in the UK, but then because of the Queen's Jubilee they decided to shift that one to they shifted that one to Thursday and then added another one on Friday. So we got an extra holiday. Of course, I worked both days, so I didn't get holiday on either of them. Though, I mean, really, one of them is like streaming and stuff. I don't really consider this work, even though it technically is. It doesn't pay anywhere near as much as when I'm doing the contract work. In fact, not even remotely near. A smart business person would rather spend the time doing contract work instead because they'd earn a lot more money. But I earn enough that I can stream on to other days. Right, so I need to add for delegate is a playback queue table savvy delegate. So how's your weekend been then, the long weekend? Have you been up to much? Not really doing a Sunday stream and relaxing? Well, that's definitely a good way to be spending your weekend. What did you get up to on your stream? Right, let's remove that. Let's do off dot. I'll play with dot. There. Just. Create a ball, and for that, oh. Just be side dot. Playing Vampire the Masquerade Swan Song, the story drew me in so deeply it became a 5-hour stream and I forgot the breaks. Well, that is a sign of a good good stream, well, a good game, when it starts really engrossing you and you forget about the time. I actually had quite a fun weekend of playing a lot of D&D, so on Saturday I'm running a campaign and I managed to do a lot of fairly good stuff. I managed to pull some character stuff, a bit of story completely out of my arse, which I was rather proud of, because I'm learning to be more prepare the general stuff. So what is happening in the city and what are the general things that I want to happen in each player's back, like their character story and in the general story, but then just make stuff up on the fly. So there's been a lot of things where it's like, well, I know this needs to happen, but it's just keeping an eye out for opportunities for things to develop, which has been a lot of fun. And then on Sunday I played another D&D game, but this time I was a player, which I don't get to do much these days in RPGs. I'm usually the one running them, but I got to play my wonderful new bard, who was all sorts of fun. Okay, so let's see if removing works. If we go in and we add, we should be able to click that, and removing works. Fantastic. Brilliant. I love it when a set of code just comes together and works as you expect. So next thing is going to be moving. So func move items playback.item. Is it above or below? What have I implemented? Or item. Playback controller doc. Item or you haven't played tabletop RPGs in ages. You had a friend who used to GM, but it doesn't feel like it now. Yeah, it's hard. It's exhausting being a GM, and I felt that I used to run a Star Trek game, and that just, with the game system, required so much prep work. Such a huge amount of prep work to do, and because of how the rules were structured, it just ended up not being fun because I couldn't really do what I wanted to do. Whereas with D&D, I'm running in a entirely homebrew world, which means that I can make stuff up, and it just gives me a lot more flexibility in terms of the story, and that should be a lot of fun because I can tell these long winding stories that just build upon previous sessions a lot more. So it's definitely a lot more enjoyable, but it's again learning not to over prepare. It's all about, I mean, it's partly why I built Coppice. Build up a knowledge base, but all of the actual day-to-day stuff, just make it up on the fly. Like, make it the maps that you think you'll need, plan the combat that you think you'll need, but don't stress too much details. I mean, most of the planning I would do is if there was like a dungeon that they'd go through, I'd map out the dungeon and plan what's all in the various things. So for a certain location, I'd say, oh, there's this treasure here and this information here and so on, and this combat here. But for just the overall thing, especially when it comes to role playing, just make it up. So waiting for the kickstarted Stargate RPG rulebook to get through UK customs. But the only thing I'd feel knowledgeable enough to try as your first GM outing. Stargate RPG could be fun. No, I'm worried it would fall into the same problems as the Star Trek one, in that if it's like episodic, it can be a bit difficult at times. But I mean, a Stargate one would definitely be a lot more interesting to play. There'd be a lot of cool stuff in there because I love myself some Stargate. Right, so I want to move item. So let's go backwards here. We've got move items. Where is our sorta speed model? No, it'll be in our other controller. We'll effectively do copy paste. We don't care about sort index. What we want to do, that item. Going to have item, first index of that, item, cell, before item. So if we do it this way, it makes it a bit. We'll do index, and then we'll just do after all items equals new items dot compact map. Compact map $0, and then we want to move. So that should all work. And we're going to go up to our LSQQ model before item at index, and this is int. Then table view. Oh, table. That drop. Table view. That drop and. Validate drop. So we want to validate our drop. So much drag and drop code. Pasteboard type .mw dot playback item. item row, and what we'll do is that item equal. So view model playback items row. I'll need to guard that. Do let's have the ID be baseboard item. That string. We're going to do item.id.u string for pasteboard type. Playback.item.pasteboard type and pasteboard item. We also need table self.tableview.register for drag types, and we're going to throw those in there. Validating the drop. Want to guard at types equals info and pasteboard types and types contains playback.item.pasteboard type Eric or not. Pasteboard.type pasteboard item order and pasteboard.pasteboard items UIDs equal pasteboard item else and false thing. UIDs equals pasteboard item dot string or type. So self.view model dot move items with UIDs before item. And then what we're going to do here is playback item dot filter ID and $0 move. Armor. Okay, let's see this. Selection. There we go. So we have that, that, and that. All we have left is placing the queue, which should be actually the one of the simpler things that we do. Let's go to our view model here. Rather than add tracks, we're going to place queue with tracks, and the operation is going to be skip. And then playback queue, replace queue with tracks. We're not actually going to fully implement this because we're not going to do the wait for current track of the crossfade yet. We're going to do those later on. But this is just going to be sorta all item equal. That. $0. I should be able to do that, that. Fantastic. So we have the queue all set up, so let's commit that. Set up playback. Set up playback queue. That's it. So what we'll be able to do on the next Streamline stream is actually get it playing this music, going through the queue, selecting the main item, using that to actually start playing the audio from it, and then when it finishes getting the next item from the queue and so on. So we will work on that on the next Streamline stream. For now, I'm going to take a very short break to refresh my glass of water, and when we get back we will go and play around in Unity and Blender and do some more stream work. So I will see you in a few minutes.
Synthesis complete.
Okay, so I am back and we are now going to go into Unity. Now for those of you who were not here at the start of the stream, you will have missed this. You will have missed this. My spaceship. My spaceship that is slowly being built and is not yet in space, but is down on the ground. It is still being kitted out. We have a console which has nothing on. We have a holo table that is not powered. And we have a Pilkybot that is more of a Pilky box. Hello. How are you doing? I can run around, I can collide into things, and I can run up to the camera and say hello. So we need to work out what we need to do, because I have some basic collisions, but what I would like to do is possibly have the ability to rotate separately, so I can rotate and look at where I'm going, but it might be useful to be able to rotate without actually I mean, it's going to depend on the character, but I think initially allow myself to rotate separately to as a separate thing with the right joystick, because at the moment it is just going like I go forward and I go wherever I'm looking, but I think rotating with the right joystick could be something fun to play around with. The other thing is I'd like to set up the cameras so that it will follow me, and if I go all the way over to here, it will actually look around and like keep me in frame, and maybe look down a bit when I'm there, and when I'm going over there it will follow me. So it will be, I try to keep things in frame. Now this should be possible with Cinemachine. And then the other thing is, when I go through these doors, switch to another camera in the other room. So I think what I may do is have a play around with the cameras first, and then see if I can get it so that I can use the right analog stick on my PlayStation controller to actually move you about, because I can spin, but as you can see I am spinning about and moving, where it would be cool if I could spin about without moving. So yeah, I'm going to have to work out how I want to hook various things up, and then at some point I want to work out how to get the doors opening and closing, and actually get my robot flashing the light up as happens normally, get different expressions in there. Oh, I can use WASD. WASD works perfectly fine. What I would, but I think having the PlayStation controller for this, it just gives me a lot more control. Plus, it is a separate thing. The ideal thing I'd like to do is somehow set it up where when I pick up the PlayStation controller and press a button, have it switch to the game as the active thing, so that I can start controlling it. So I can pick it up and press the like the touch pad thing, and it will make that the active game. So if there was some way that I could figure out that, I may need to like write an app that basically listens for global modifiers maybe for that. Because the thing is, if I switch and that I select OBS, for example, I'm moving stuff around, but the hotkeys are not getting through to the game. So the game has to be at the front for me to be able to move around and do stuff. And it would be nice having it where I'm working on my computer and I can just, I mean, if I could find a way to get it so that no matter what app is at the front, it would forward PlayStation input, my PlayStation controller input to the game, or to Unity at the very least, that would definitely be the ideal thing, because then I could leave the controller there, do stuff, and then just move around, and then do some more stuff in another app, and then just, I wouldn't have to make sure that I am on the correct thing. I have a Stream Deck, but ideally I would want it to, I mean, I can have it where I bring stuff up, but the thing with the Stream Deck is I may be in a different thing. I may not have my main thing up. So I can easily set up my Stream Deck. If I configure, go here, system, open, choose, and then options, show in Finder, Unity, drag that on. So if I do that, then here I'm in OBS, it's doing nothing, but I tap that and then suddenly I'm in Unity and I can move around. So I mean, that is definitely an interim solution, but it would be nice if no matter what app I'm in, keyboard, mouse, all those inputs go to the frontmost app, but all inputs from my PlayStation controller are sent to the game, so that no matter what app is in the front, if I'm moving stuff around on the controller, it's the game moving, and I don't have to switch apps to do that. Like I said, worst case scenario, if it's just I can press a button on the controller and have it move across, or even if I have to write an app where I detect that I listen for inputs from this and I detect, okay, if there are any inputs, I make Unity the frontmost thing. If it isn't, then that is certainly an option. I mean, I could do it where it makes Unity the frontmost app when it isn't, and after a certain amount of time it goes back, because I mean you could even detect whether the accelerometer, whether I've picked up the controller, and if it's just down on the desk then it switches back to another app, so I can pick it up, do some stuff, and then put it back down on the desk and it doesn't do that. But I'd have to work out how I actually get them. Oh, that's actually, oh, I've just had an idea of how we can actually look at that. Ribbon Elements, launch event viewer. Okay, so that doesn't actually... So that is just... No. I wonder, is there a way... Game... if you do developer.apple.com... no, it's develop... documentation... technology... game... controllers... spot hardware, game controllers... So I wonder if it's possible to utilize this somehow. And connecting to controllers. Yeah, I'll probably have to have a proper look through this, because it's almost wanting like global hotkeys in a sense, so I'm not sure how you'd be able to do that. What I may need to do is ask people like Doig and Gwilym how they have it set up, because maybe they've just got it set up where they need to switch back as and when. Anyway, let's switch over to Unity, where you can see my little robot can move around. I've actually got a zoom mode in at the moment. You see the movement isn't that right. But I can run all around here. Can't get through these doors because I haven't got that implemented yet, but yeah, so let's replace this. So what do we want to do? Camera tracking in on bridge. Camera toggle in conf room. And look roll. And then open, close doors, and then finally if we get to it, chroma key, yeah, chroma key, the whatchamacallit, the screen. Right, so we currently have this main camera here, but what I want to do in the machine. Alright. Well, let's see if we can find a full-blown Cinemachine tutorial. Right, what package am I on? Window Package Manager. Machine. So Cinemachine 2.6. So install a Cinemachine. Here we go. Using Cinemachine. As you think about working with cameras, for example, you might have invested heavily in carefully scripted camera behaviors. The machine can give results better, not less time. Right, that's a single Unity camera for multiple shots. You can pause these shots with virtual cameras. Move and rotate the Unity camera, control its settings. Separate game objects on the Unity camera and behave independently. The machine brain is a component in the Unity camera itself. Once all active virtual cameras in the scene, to specify the next live virtual camera, you activate or deactivate the desired camera or virtual camera's game object. Brain then chooses the most recently activated virtual camera with the same or higher priority as the live virtual camera. There's a cut or blend between the previous and new virtual cameras. Okay, we're using virtual cameras. Add one. Choose game object. Cinemachine. Oh, sample scene. Cinemachine. Virtual camera. Necessary. It also has a Cinemachine brain component. So we're going to call this virtual camera Bridge Cam. And where is... oh, it's up there. So what we're going to do is rotation, let's set to 0, 0. And on this virtual camera, we are going to... one thing I have done here in Unity is I have remapped some of the keys. I've got so used to the Blender keys. Why is it not letting me? Alright, got so used to the Blender hotkeys of G for grab and S and R. Normally for Unity they've basically used QWERTY for things. So your hand tool is Q, move is W, rotate is E, but scale is R, because rotate comes before scale, so they've just done it along. I've swapped them over to be G, S, R, and I've also got the same orthogonal views, and 5 basically goes back to there. So it would be nice to be able to make everything work like Blender in terms of the hotkeys, because I'm getting used to Blender, but this is enough. Alright, so we want this to be here. And let's down to there. Right, so I want this aim look at okay bot. So oh, I've just realized I'm playing, so this is going to get rid of it, but if I switch back to the game screen, fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to configure Stream Deck. Let's throw in an OBS scene down here. This is going to switch to game screen. Oh, I'll be able to switch between them. Out, leaving. So this isn't bad for zero code. I watched how Barry did this and it's pretty good. Now, at the moment, it's just tracking exactly. Alright, so save during play. So if I do that, am I still going to have... No. I have the directional light then. No idea where that's come from. Right, so let's add that again. Game object, the machine, virtual camera. Let's just switch back to here so you can see what I'm doing. So bridge camera. Down to there. Right. So we want to take our bridge camera 0, 0. I want to shift it to correct location. Is in the corner here. We're then going to go here, shift down to about there, and then we're going to change. Actually, it's going to be follow rather than look at, because look at looks directly at, whereas follow works slightly differently, I believe. Oh no. If it is look at them. The follow property just had the game object to follow. Automatic positions can relative to this object at all times. Look at is where it should aim. Okay, so we do want it to be looking at Pokebot, but we want it to be in the corner. Up a bit. Hi Snowtwig. Streamline Dev went well. We managed to get all of the queue, like the playback queue stuff working. So next time we'll be doing some actually getting music playing. For now, we are currently working on the stream overlay, the 3D stream overlay. Right, so we select the camera, projection. No, that's the main camera. We want bridge camera. Okay, so here, in fact, I wonder if I play, is that going to... So if I bring up aim, and then switch over to game. So you should be able to see how it is tracking me exactly. Now if I increase, because you can see here there's a point where it's looking, but if I increase the dead zone width, you can see, and the dead zone height, see there's a bit of a dead zone here where it won't actually follow me. So it keeps the camera in one place until I move along. And the pink area, from what I understand from watching Barry's stream, is the pink area is absolutely do not allow it to ever get here. Like, move as fast as possible to keep. You can see the green dot, which is the center. The pink area around is if the green dot gets into that area, move the camera as fast as you need to keep the green dot away. Whereas the blue is sort of, it can get in the area, but it's like just move at a standard move rate. So I believe, yeah, so what we can do is just play around, and okay, I'm moving around here, and you can go here and just have a look around. So I think we can actually increase the dead zone a bit. So yeah, we can increase the dead zone a lot. So I can go and I can move all the way around the table, and this all looks fine, but it's only when I get to there that we start looking, and then I can move all around here, but if I want to go around there, then it will move. So did I make the script for the camera, and if not, where did I get it from? So this is actually built into Unity, or sort of built into Unity. It is a Unity package called Cinemachine, and there is no script that I have added on here. So if I go back to, all I have done in Unity is I've got everything set up. You've got your camera as usual, but you go Window Package Manager, and you search for Cinemachine. You basically go to the Unity registry, Cinemachine, and you install it. So once it's installed, you'll then see that you can do Game Object, Cinemachine, and Virtual Camera. And that basically adds these virtual cameras. So you have your main camera, and the main camera is what is actually looking around. But the virtual cameras are sort of, well, let me show you. If I stop this playing, I'm going to add another virtual camera. Let's undo that. Let's go and look where I want to actually look, which is here. Right, so now let's create a virtual camera here. So we have a virtual camera, and what I want to do with this virtual camera is, let's just position this. No, virtual camera. There, and a bit to there. Okay. So this is going to be conference cam, and what I should be able to do up here, the brain default blend is ease in out. So if I deactivate this and I go here, okay, so if I zoom out of here, you can see where the camera currently is. The camera is over here, but if I take this conference cam and I enable it, you can see the camera moves over to there. So it sort of blends between the two. Now I believe if I went up here, I could do cut here, and then if I go and enable enable it, it just cuts between. So you can do stuff like that, but if I switch this back to main camera and then switch over to the game view, you'll be able to see. So I'm on the main camera now, and I can move my robot along, but let's say I moved them over here. Now what I'll be able to do is set it up where there's going to be a collider here, and when it switches it will move the camera. So if you imagine that this is set up, I'm having to do this manually now, but if I go and enable the virtual cam, it shifts me along to here. So I don't have anything, I'm just clicking the checkbox at the moment, but the idea is that when I get through there, it should work like that. And then when I go through there, so it should look something like that. So essentially, I haven't written anything here. All I've done is created these virtual cameras. So the camera here, if I go back, the conference cam is just set up. It doesn't do anything. It just looks in a certain direction. So if I enable it and I select the main camera, see, it's just looking there, and I'll be able to move around to do anything. However, if I disable it, and you can set priorities and stuff, so I could set the priority of this to 9, and then it switches back to the camera over there without needing to disable it. But this camera here, I've set look at, and I just set it to look at Pokebot. So then when I move around, can you see how when I hit, there's a, in fact if I move over, you can just about see there is a line going up along here, and when I hit that line it starts moving the camera, and that line is in the aim here. It is this dead zone, I believe. That would be the width. Right. Or maybe it isn't, but if I switch back to the game mode, you can actually see the dead zone in here. And I've got a script that moves the bot around, but the camera is literally, I've told it to look at this game object. It is putting that green dot in the center of the game object, and that dot is what it's trying to keep in here. And if I reduced the dead zone width and height all the way down, it keeps it in the center as much as possible. If I keep the safe zone down, it moves it exactly. So I can set that to, what were they? They were 0.8, 0.8, and then I do 0.6 and 0.6. Then I've got this thing around here. In terms of controlling the character, this is from a tutorial. I'm using a PlayStation controller, but it's also set up for WASD. If I... so it's all WASD as well, but I'm using a PlayStation controller. And that is set up in this animation and movement controller, which once Visual Studio starts up, is just this stuff here. So the first key thing is on the Pilkybot, is I have a character controller, and the character controller again is something built into Unity, and this allows you to specify like a minimum movement distance. It sets up a collider for you and does basic things like walking up steps and slopes and all that basic stuff. And all I'm basically doing here is on the where are we? When certain inputs happen, and I'll show you the inputs in a second. So when the move is started, cancelled, or performed, then we do on movement input. And all that really does is reads in a vector 2, which is an X and a Y, sets what the current movement should be, like sets all the values. And whenever an update happens, which is called per frame, on that character controller, this thing, oh, that's fair point, I'm on the wrong screen. So this character controller here, basically I call character controller.move, pass in the movement that I want multiplied by the delta time, because this is moving like 1 unit, whereas time.delta time we want it to move like however many, whatever fraction of a second the time since the last frame is. And what that basically does is that just moves the character in that direction. There are other things for like rotation and looking at and so on. But all it's really doing is when a move is started, cancelled or performed, we're updating the values that we want, and whenever a frame happens, we're moving by whatever value that is. Now the actual inputs are handled here, which is another package that Unity has for the player input, where I've created character controls action map with an action move and an action run, and on the game stick that's left gamepad, on the keyboard it's WASD. For run, if I hold the left shift button on the keyboard it does it, or if I the left shoulder button on the gamepad it toggles run, and all run does is increase how far it moves. So it's basically just a combination of this. Now the actual tutorial, if I can find it, where are we? Alright, so it's this channel here, I Heart Game Dev. He has some very good tutorials on, where are we? It in that onto beautiful playlist. So how to animate characters, how to move characters. So character movement in Unity, how to move characters in Unity. So where are we? Here we are, character controller. So how to move characters in Unity, built-in character controller explained, and how to move characters in Unity, animated movement explained. So if I just paste that into here, I Heart Game Dev, he has a bunch of tutorials that are fairly useful. The other one that's very good for Unity that I've used in the past is Brackies, but they are not, like, they stopped posting, I believe, 2020? Or was it 2021? So most of that stuff should still be in date, but it may be getting a bit out of date at this point. Most of it should still be fine, but Unity is adding new stuff. But yeah, so I mean, all the code I have written is basically this, and it's all from a tutorial. But so all of the stuff that you are seeing, this is the only code I've written. So all the camera stuff, like all the camera stuff, you would have had to write a script. But this whole Cinemachine thing is, you set up your virtual cameras and what you wanted to do, and it handles all the complexity for you, which is absolutely fantastic when you wanted to do something like this. Another really good place to watch is Barry's stream. Barry, I think on YouTube it's Barry Was Streaming, and look up his April Fool's stream where he built his house, or he showed off his house, but he does a stream, I think it's the following stream that goes for like 4 or 5 hours into how he implemented everything, all the cameras and stuff and all the control stuff, and that is really good to look at for how this stuff works. But yeah, what I want to do is work out how to, I think I closed wait, and properties. I want to have a look. Okay. 1 second, I just need to go grab something. Okay. Oh. Right, so what I really want is Cinemachine. Switch. Just that. Unity. Activate game object on vision. Okay, so let's add object. Let's add a cube, and what we're going to do, move this cube. Oh, it's on the conference now. Right. So we want that there. Scale that down. Like up there, like. Then why is it not letting me? Let me get any closer. Alright. What do you say? It's not letting me zoom in. Okay, so don't know what's going on there. Alright, oh, there's cube. 3D object, cube. And we'll call this conference like that. Shift up. Want down a bit. Basically, when I get through there, add script, camera. What do I want? If I and I'll click enter. Pokebot. Fog. Poke to that's point. Okay. Go here. I run. Rotate. And if I go to the console, okay, so it's tag player tag player, then we can do that. So yes, I gotta change that to player. Loki's entered the room. Okay, sweet. Tag with player, and when that happens, is Then what we want to do is game object. Game object camera equals game object dot find cam camera dot set active true else Right, so if I move the Pokebot, then when I enter there... Oh no, have I... Conference... No, the conference... There. Right. Name is... So that wants to be active, that wants to be off. So if we play again, hopefully... Object reference to the object. So log log So the camera's null. Let's in public game object. Camera. Yeah, we can do conference cam. Game object. Cam. Object. Replay. There we go. Okay, so what I want to do is this is going to be conference cam enter. Two. Or okay. Yeah. On. Do. If that'll work now. Oh. Okay. Let's. Oh, because that needs to be toggle camera. There we go. Toggle camera. So that needs to be conference cam. Right. Got that and is active true, and then we can duplicate this. There. false. To either side of the door. Then for both of these, and mesh. Conference cam enter. Conference cam exit. Now we'll probably do something a bit more involved than this when we have more cameras, but for now, if I save and I run, and let's go over to game view, I can move about, but when I move up here and through the door, I'm now here. And then I can move back in. There we go. So, what we want to do is conference cam, enable that. Let's that up there. And rotation. And then the next thing that I want is I want to add another camera. Camera. Yeah. Of Right. So if I just disable conference cam. So I'm gonna go move him to here. Okay. Got camera here. Okay, so let's see. That screen. Let's add got material here, and what we're going to do is we're going to set that to a bright and let's do the screen. Shadow. I'm sure there is a way. Unity. see, Unity, chroma key, material. Now I'm going to see if I can find. Gaming. Let's go all the way back. There we are. Parent lighting materials shader. Here we are.
And this is extremely easy to do. Store as A. And this is extremely easy to do. Because material, like a texture, it's basically materials that how an object works. It's visuals.
Okay.
It's like all these
So
different materials, some of which are symmetrical.
material.
But a green screen is just an unlit material. So it just means that no lighting will impact it. Make it a lit material, you can see it's like in shadow, edges and stuff. That's not gonna chroma key out really,
Aha!
but we say it's unlit.
So you just mark it as unlit. Thank you, Barry. So what I should be able to do now is if I add back in my display capture is that. I want to do that. In fact, can I copy paste. Okay, so that is there. And I can move that one. So we have that there, but what I should be able to do here is add in OBS a filter, and the effect filter is chroma key. Okay. Do that. If I go back to Unity, and if I go back to Unity, oh yeah, I need to play. Okay, so let's move the bot into here and play. I need to disable that. I need to disable that. So I have my character moving around, and the camera's following me along. And then if I head over here, oh, the camera shifts over, and you can't see much, but if I go and activate this camera, voila. So what I'll probably do initially is what I'll try to do, because what I want to have happen is I can press a button to basically switch to this camera when I'm in the room, because then my character can sort of... Oh, I haven't got a thing, so we can actually go through that. So I need to tweak things a bit in terms of positioning of it and so on, because you can only really see the head, and I may end up making the screen bigger, probably getting rid of the stuff on the side, because I've already, as you can see, this is actually much longer than I thought it would be initially, so I could fit the cameras in. So I may get rid of this diagonal, because the interior is not going to fit inside the exterior perfectly. I set it up initially that it would, but for purposes of cameras, it's a set. So it's not going to work exactly. You're never going to be able to go from the inside to the outside, except later on when there's going to be an airlock, which will just toggle things around. So I'll probably get rid of this diagonal, make it flat, and make it so that this can be a bigger screen to make it a bit more useful. But yeah, what I'll probably do is when you are when this is disabled like so, it will probably show something else. So when I enable it, it will go in, and then there'll be a fuzzy texture, like a white noise texture, and then it will switch over to this, or it will just fade across, and when it leaves, it will like switch to the other texture again, away from the green screen, back to this. But I think that is pretty good for now. We've got it, so we've got a green screen and all stuff like that. I can have my Pokebot rolling around, so I may play a bit more tomorrow off the stream with this, but I think we're getting into a fairly usable place to begin with. I mean, what do you think? You like it? Hopefully you like it. I mean, I like green screen over here. I probably need to make the Pokebot so it doesn't have faces on every side, just to make it a bit simpler, but I am pretty happy with where things are. So let's have a look at who is streaming. Let's see. We have quite a lot of people streaming. We have Finite, we have Kurzak, we have Coco Type, and we have Megan. You know what? Megan's doing a dub stream. So, well, they only have one viewer at the moment. So let's go raid Megan then. I think that sounds like a good idea. So we'll set the raid going. But I think this has been a pretty good stream, if I do say so myself. Well, eventually Pokebot is going to be a 3D character. But to begin with, Pokebot is just going to be what I just this cube here. So be some latency. I moved the camera there and it doesn't seem to be... I moved the bot in one view and it doesn't seem to be moving immediately in the game view. Curious. But yeah, we will see how things go. But I want to thank you all for joining me. It's been a wonderful stream. And as always, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your week. I will be back on Wednesday for more focused streaming on Unity and Blender. But until then, as always, happy coding.